How's it going?
Good. I don't have a ton of time. I got to pick up Dad from the airport. I have to leave by like 4:30.
Mm.
Figured I'd hop in and see if I can quickly prototype the feedback. If you want to work on or use the most recent classifier, the most recent model, it's on main. Want to play around with it.
I thought about starting to draw some images for the attract maybe today. If we're in agreement that we'll do that Y shape, the
Yeah, I mean
sort of
it's
cactus
something,
shape.
right? It's the form factor stuff is hard on it, but like we don't. The same amount of form factor on the repel, so it's not that crazy. Just size for now, but we can always change it and use it for something else as long as we
Well,
have the
I was
drawings.
saying this morning I had a idea for the form factor stuff with that, where basically like you take the vector between the dot that you put at the bottom and the middle line, or just the middle line, honestly. And instead of putting the rune and and its accompanying effect on top of the rune, like over top of it, like you normally do, it would like point like it would be done in such a way where the uh sorry, there's a lot of noise in my house right now. The where like the that middle line would like basically point towards where the rune would get put down, almost like it was just on the side of it. And that
Mm.
way, like, but you'd have to do it where like you figured out where that would be placed, and then do like a raycast like perpendicular to that, and see if you hit something, and if you don't, the rune wouldn't. Like, what do you do if there's no thing there? I was
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of runes being centered on their thing, or at least being literally directly tied to their line. Like, if that's the case, I'd rather it have the center beyond the dot or something. But you know what I mean? But
But
like
then the thing
the
will be encompassed, and there is no form factor. I'm just trying to think of any kind of form
yeah,
factor
it's
thing
hard
with
to
it.
think of. I mean, like maybe
But
it is.
also, like, I
I
don't
mean,
see
maybe
any
this is
reason
better
why
for like
every rune should
the
have to
duplicate
be
combined or
covered by
something.
its effect. Like the idea I had for like a light or fire rune was like you draw like a really long line, and every time the line would loop, it would create like a light source there or something like that. Like,
Yeah, but that is, I mean, that is very good. That's form factor in a different way. Like where the intersection is, that's where you put it, and that makes sense. But if you like the way the pitchfork thing you're describing is working, where you're putting it out not on the rune, but like towards where the pitchfork is pointing, that just feels to me like I would look at that and say, "Oh, I think there's a bug." Um, but like, oh, it's just being offset in the wrong way. Like there's just something wrong. Um, I don't know. They're like it almost seems like because it has a three-prong thing, it's almost better to make it for the duplicate, but that I like the existing duplicate better than this for the duplicate. So like the form function thing here would be the three prongs, but maybe we need to go back to the drawing board and say, what do we want the form? Maybe we reverse engineer the shape and say, what do we want the player to be able to control about the attract rune? Um, and go from there. Like size and and power being tied to each other. That's
well,
obvious, and that can be
we
tied to
still have to
size.
figure out for the attract what. So, are we ultimately is ultimately the way it should work that the size is the form factor, and it should have to encompass the thing that it's getting that is attracting, because like we still haven't figured out the whole like what if you draw it on a grabbable, a controllable item, and like then that thing should get sucked to bigger things, right? So, or is it just like you draw an attract rune on anything, and if that thing is anything that might move, then it considers the size of anything that comes to its field, and if that thing is bigger, it goes to it. If that thing is smaller, it comes to me.
Yeah,
Um,
well, I mean, are those two distinct things, right? Or wait, maybe I misheard the first one. But the is it are the two classes either I always pull to me, or I pull to me, or get pulled to something else based on my size? Those are the two classes, right?
um, it would be if the object is a
So
moving object, if the object can be is like considered movable, or like like has a
well,
rigid
that
body
only
maybe.
matters for class two, right? So the class one is just no matter what, I always pull things to me. That's class version one of the rune, right? Option one. Option two would be if I am a movable object, then I can either be pulled to or pull
Yes,
things
yes,
to me based
that
on my
is what I
relative
was
size.
saying.
Those
Yes.
are all right. So those are the two relative options. Um, if do those two options have distinguishing factors based on like what you well, how am I trying to say this? Uh, are there things that would be different between those two options in the rune drawing itself? Basically, for the form function factor. I'm not sure I can think of something that I would want that would work in one case but wouldn't work in the other case. You know what I mean? In terms of form function in that case, because really at that point it's still just that those two options are the second option is only determined by the size of the thing that you've drawn it on, not determined by the rune itself, right?
Yeah. We could just
So
ditch the whole everything has to be encompassed by it thing on everything and just say what's bigger, the thing I'm drawn on or the thing that's in my field.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there is something neat, right, about the idea that if you, the player, are bigger and you draw that thing on a small thing, it
Gets
sticks to
stuck
you
to
like
you. Yeah.
glue. Though we'd have to work out like, well, how do you get things off your back? I guess if you have the spell at a trigger, then that's fine. You just dispel it. That could be cool. I kind of like that. We
I mean,
should we should
I just think
move
that's
towards
simpler
that.
and that's
Yeah.
like less for the player to have to be like, why is this doing this, but this one does this sort of
Yeah,
thing.
I agree. I think that is nice. It will still be. We'll still have to figure out the how the interactions work for stagnant objects. Like that will still come into play, whether it's like a bounds thing or like I guess for stagnant objects, like if it's a small block that's I guess will we ever have a thing that's smaller than you that's a stagnant object? I'm trying to think.
Um, yeah, I mean there could be. There's the pillars that you that you drop the orbs on are smaller than you as a player.
Yeah,
Uh,
but I guess at that point we just always just say if it's stagnant and locked and like bound to something immovable, then it we just always consider it
yeah,
bigger
if it
bigger
has
than that.
object controllable script or if it has a rigid body, I think,
Yeah,
or if it's the player, like
yeah.
then uh,
Okay, I think that makes sense. I do like that. Another thing I was thinking about a form function for attract that would slightly change the way attract works, but could be interesting. Or could be its own rune, but then it might sort of make attract itself obsolete. Um, is a path rune. Where you draw the rune itself, whatever it is, it activates. The form function doesn't actually so much matter for the rune itself that you draw to get it initially classified. But then we go off that idea, kind of like your light idea and like the idea we had for the magic farming game, where then any line that you draw that connects to the next line that you draw that connects and goes through that rune, any object placed in it will follow the path of the line that you've drawn.
follow the
Could be
path of the
interesting.
line that you've drawn. Yeah,
So like I can
yeah,
draw it here.
that might be neat. I something like that. I thought of so when when the question of like the strokes came up again, I was thinking, you know, maybe we just I didn't want to suggest this because I don't know, but I'm still unsure about it. But I thought like, what if we just ditch all this in like what if we start from scratch and we do make and to really give everything a form function, we just make like like we make a series of you can think of them as letters and those letters together in a combination in a three-letter word uh, determine like the first letter determines the rune, the second letter determines the form factor, something like that, right? Like it's like
Mm.
you you like it's not that rigid. It's more like the it's we go to um a model of like several single stroke classifications, several all single stroke classifications to make to determine where the symbols where like part of a symbol for the the attract and repel might start with the first symbol, and then the second symbol denotes which one of them it is, and then the third has something to do with its form function or something like that.
That is a much more complicated game. I mean, it reminds me of the transistor stuff, right? Where you're like making your own spells, your own abilities by combining aspects like, like, oh, this is the AoE modifier and this is like it's a fire ability, but then you have an AoE modifier and then you have a ranged
It's
modifier.
not
So then
really.
it's
It's not
a
so
ranged
much.
fire
That's not
AoE.
really how I'm picturing it. It would be more like the result of it would be exactly what we're planning on doing now,
Give me an
but
example.
like I'd have to think of one. But like for the um I guess the duplicate would be the easiest one to do an example of. So, and the easiest example would just be you draw a circle. It now knows it's going to be um, it now knows it's going to be a duplicate or combine. You draw a line or two lines next. Now it knows whether it's going to be duplicate or combine, and then you finish off with another circle on the other ends for where the things go in, and then we know. Although I guess for the maybe it's more like instead of two lines because I said one stroke for each thing. It's like a circle, and then you draw a line either coming out of the circle in one direction and not intersecting into the center of it at all, or going through the circle. And
Well, at this point, why not just classify the whole shape? Because it sounds like the whole shape is going to be what determines how it works, you know? Like the end result if is going to be, oh, the whole shape.
well, the
I
idea
was
would
thinking that you
be
were talking about like,
the idea would be this. I wouldn't actually want to do this with the duplicate and combine it this way, but this is just an example, the first example that
mhm,
sprang to mind, but that of how something could be done that way. But let me share my screen. The benefit of it is like it's several one-stroke classifications, so we know. So it sort of takes into account the stroke stuff that you're talking about, but it's like I could draw a rune. I could draw the duplicate like really um really basically just like it allows for like a lot of variance without having to train the model in a lot of variance. So like I could do something like this, you know, and something like this. And those are both they're both classified by the fact that we did circle line circle circle line circle.
mhm,
But I as a player have a way more latitude in how I want to in how I can draw this thing basically, right?
mhm.
And we don't have to train on all that. But I don't really super want to go that route. I just thought it was worth bringing up again because I brought it up a while ago, and
Yeah, I mean that was our backdrop. If we could not figure out get the classifier to work, it was always okay. If we can't get the classifier to work reliably on this stuff, then we just move to a system where we do component based
and
and
to
classify
be,
simple values. Yeah.
I asked you this the other day, but to be just so I understand, the stroke count thing has nothing to do with the classifier, with you not having faith that the classifier will eventually work out. It just has to do with the fact that when you make a 3D mesh, um, it makes it, easier to understand
Well,
to
not just it's just the yeah, it will it may and for any of the form function stuff, like if you like the classifier right now, where it is at, I think is good enough to be used for. We'll see if this proved out in the actual playtesting, but I think it's good enough to do what we want it to do,
Yeah, I think
which is
it's pretty good.
yeah.
That's why I was making sure
So
that it's not because of
no,
that.
I remember it's just because for the door, for example, is an example, is one example, but the duplicate room has the same issue. The door being, I don't know if you're watching my stream.
Wait, so the duplicate rune also can't be, we can't find corners on that anymore?
Yeah, I just mentioned this yesterday. So if you look at the door, right, I could draw it like this. So if I force two strokes, I know that this is how
I
I
get it
do
for
the
the
door
door, but
every time.
what's
Yeah.
for the duplicate? Like what's the
Well,
issue?
the duplicate, I could draw it like this. So that's three strokes, right? Four strokes. All right, that's four strokes. Which of these lines now, which of these corners is the one I need to find on? I could just try to find them by location, but then we mentioned, well, if I am just looking for the two things that are closest, you can do something like this, and that doesn't exactly look right. Or what if someone does something like this, where they have this and then a dot down here? How do I know that this is the correct line place to put the output versus this, or even or versus this option where if someone does up here and puts a line up here, the classifier could go wrong there. Or we talked about, we don't want the classifier to have to be so specific that the dots are the thing that we are that we're worrying about dots. So this looks like a valid line, just as valid as this one. So how do I know which of those two lines to use without actually being able to, without being a human being that can identify that? Um, I don't know that, I can't use the size because I could do this or I could do this, and the sizes are different. So
So so
picking the smallest doesn't work there. But if
so
I force them to do it in two, then this is always going to be the longest, and this will always be the shortest, and I'll always know to do it at the start and the end of this one, and somewhere either the start or the end, or just in the middle of this one. I could also do something like this, where I do 1, 2, 3, 4,
oh,
right?
here's another
How do
thing I was
I
thinking why it'll be hard to.
how do I distinguish this from that?
If we do the stroke count feedback thing on the arm, um, what was I gonna say about this? So, if you have a rune with a lots of different uh so there's a situation where I think it might be better to do it on the rune itself, because there's situations
I'm gonna prototype this, but yeah,
when
go
runes
ahead.
get to a certain level of complexity and have a certain number of lines where, like, we say we have a rune. Let's do the one I did as an example, or I saved a picture of it somewhere. Let me just pull that picture up. This was the one that made me think of it. So I was saying this is an interesting shape, right?
Let me hop over to your stream. Yes, I'm watching.
So this is one, two, this is potentially between one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine different pen pickups, right? Uh,
Hmm.
Um, if we, it's hard to communicate without doing it on the actual rune itself, I think. If we want to do, like, if I say, if my feedback is just more or less, right, and I give the
Too
feedback
many lines is what
that
you're saying on the arm for the arm to show. Is that
no,
where you're
no,
getting
no,
at?
no, no. Like,
Uh,
I'm saying, like, if there's a potential of nine pen pickups for this,
yeah,
anywhere between nine and one, two, three, four, five, six, right? Actually, this might be a
yeah.
bad
So
example
if
now
you
because
do
I
the
could wrote it
triangle
down, but
as
player
you do
might
the
not think about in this detail. But, like, if we want them to do one,
7
two,
and 9
three,
would be
if we what we want them to
between
do
7
is
and 9.
one, two, three, one, boom, two, boom, three, boom, like that.
Yeah,
The
so we would want them to do it in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, theoretically.
and we tell them 7, like how are they gonna know which of, like, maybe they think it's like this is one, and then this is its own, and then this
I mean,
like.
well, I think as long as we do it rationally, if I told you to draw this rune right here in 7 pieces, you would pretty quickly say, okay, well, the first one should be like you'd find those 3 points, right? Well, the six, right? The six, you say those have to be distinct, have to be, which tells me that that big one in the middle is drawn in one stroke.
Wait, sorry. You said
If
you
I
want it
tell you
done
that
in
that rune,
7?
if I say draw this rune in
2, 3,
seven
4.
strokes, the first thing you're gonna do is look at the middle pieces, like the line with the dots, and say those have to be drawn in one stroke each individually. So that is 6 right there. So now that I only have one stroke left, I know that that middle piece has to be drawn in one.
The point, this was just an example one, but there could be scenarios where they don't know which, at a certain level of complexity, they don't know which lines should be done in one.
That's the thing. I think it doesn't like as we draw the runes. I don't think that becomes too crazy. Like look at the repel rune, right? You know exactly how to draw this in 3 strokes. If I tell you to draw that in 3 strokes,
Yeah,
every
the ones
single
we have are all
person.
easy. I'm just
uh,
saying it fundamentally,
well, how complicated do you want to get? Something like this, right? We have this and this, right? I would tell you to do this in 1, 2, 3, 4 strokes. I don't think anyone is going to think that this is
right.
drawn.
I'm just saying
You know,
it puts an upper limit. All the stuff we have right now is simple, but if we want to do a very complex rune for something,
I
yeah.
don't necessarily think that that is the case though. As long because form and function, if it looks like it should be a one stroke, as long as what things that look like they should be one stroke are one stroke, then I don't necessarily like if you can find me one that you think would be confusing, then I'm glad to take a look at it. But I've done a decent amount of drawing when I was thinking about this, and there's just nothing I
I mean,
can
I
come
could
up
just
with.
invent one real quick.
Right? Like even like that, I would do this in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strokes. 6 strokes rune, pretty complicated. I'll add a seventh one here. Now 7 strokes. 7 stroke rune, complicated rune. Looks kind of cool actually. Um, but hmm. Sorry, I'm just thinking.
One, two,
There's
three,
a
four.
version of the attract rune that does like repel could be this
Wait, you want
and
you mean
attract
7? You mean 8 for this one, right?
this one right here.
Yeah. One, two,
This
or what?
one.
Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, sorry, 7.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. And see, you were able to count and figure out which ones I mean. I think as long as we do stuff like this. But sorry, I'm gonna do a side tangent. But here's a possibility: repel and attract. Repel, attract.
Those are way hard for the classifier.
Yeah, probably. But
Like
maybe
basically
not so
impossible.
much.
They're just
No,
turned side versions of each other, right? Oh no,
no, they're not side
the
versions.
arrows are going out on one. Okay. But
Yeah, there's something
I still
cool
think that would
about
be,
that.
I think that would be
It might
difficult
be.
for
We
the
could try it.
classifier, and I also
The
think it would
classifier
be.
is pretty damn good. I don't know. Like the hardest thing it has is like identifying shit like that. But if we have the stroke count, that's not going to be an issue anymore. That's just another benefit of the stroke count. Um, but like we don't have to worry about it. But I am gonna take a picture of that because I think that those are actually that's a kind of neat way to do attract and repel.
It's good for their that. It's good for like very quickly understanding if they were a language, I think that that would be a good way to
I mean,
do it.
if it works with the attract and the repel, if it like if the classifier can distinguish them, which we can, I mean, I'll test that on my own time.
I would tend
Still
to
prefer
want
a
to
different.
say prefer runes be more unique, especially since like the attract and repel. I'm honestly not, now that we were doing the canon for the repel. I'm not even thinking of it as repel, the opposite of attract. Now I'm thinking of it as
Yeah,
like canon.
I'm I'm over opposites. I just opposites are a good way to think of other runes, but they're not. I don't think we need them. Um. All right. So, sorry, you said you were gonna try to think of one
Sorry,
that
yeah. Let me so
that wouldn't be intuitive.
Cross. I could try and think of one real quick.
I think it's gonna be harder than you think. As long as you're not doing like weird, like, you know, random dashes in a way that doesn't make any kind of sense. Even that though, I would say, like, even if I just put random lines on here, I would say that this rune is drawn in four pieces.
I don't know this, right? This could be
All right,
done.
so yeah, this is a good example actually. So if I drew this, and let's say I drew this in the least I could draw this in is one, two, three, four pieces, right?
5, 6, 7. So you could do between. This could be anywhere between 2 and 7. That's why I picked it.
Well, not two. Well, two would be weird,
2
right?
would
I
be
mean, as
weird, but
opposed to
there's
two
no
v
reason a
two.
player wouldn't think that they should draw. They should go like
Yeah, that's
this.
okay. So that's fine. So, but as soon as you get the feedback on this, as soon as I tell you that this has to be drawn in one, two, three, four, let's say five pieces, how are you going to split the five?
When you say in 5, well,
Yeah,
the
let's see if they match.
1, 2. So for 5, I would do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this all is 1, maybe, or
Is
that
that
are.
really how you would? So go
I
ahead.
can't think of a way to do 5. Like what I don't know why you picked 5. I would have said 7.
No, dude, just try to find five.
1, 2, 3, 4. So these have to be 3 or 2. Actually, these have to be 3, right?
Go ahead.
4, 5.
I'm
Okay,
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
a good
These,
test.
this and 3, this and 3, these and 2, right?
Perfect. Exactly.
But
So you found it, and
like,
it's kind of a neat puzzle, right? That I kind of love that. I kind of really love that
I do
like
not
you
like
got
that
there.
at all. I think that's
Really?
confusing and adding a layer on top of things that's not
That's a
the kind of.
disagreement that I think we're gonna have, and I 100% disagree. I think that what you just did, all I told you was the number of strokes. I didn't tell you anything, and you found it. You got the way I wanted you to draw that. That is awesome. That is perfect. It's a puzzle. They know and they know they have it right. They know that they have the shape because the classifier is going to tell them that they have the shape. So at that point, and they're going to know the count because the feedback they're going to give is either going to, like, for example, if they're low, it's going to blink 5 times or something to say, oh, actually you're under. You have to blink 5 times. If they're over, it's going to maybe they'll blink 5 times blue and then blink 5 times or blink like twice
That
red.
is a cool puzzle, but I'm not trying to make the witness of with this game. Like I'm trying to make a different
But
kind of
we're
game.
not. As soon as they have it, they got the rune and they know it forever, and they will always draw it, and it will always be consistent because they know the way to draw it.
Yeah, but yeah, well, yeah, that is a benefit for us. But like, there are going to be times too where players forget to do that and have to relearn that from the feedback. And I think some people might find that annoying. I just don't. I just it. If it was, I'm willing to consider it as a way to like just make the, make sure that people have that to solve the problem on the classifying and form factor end. If it really adds that much benefit, if you prototype it out and it does, sure. But like, I would not have this in the game by choice.
I would
Uh,
have it in that choice. I mean, I think that's fun. I think that's a fun puzzle. I think that's a fun puzzle in itself. To me, like there's just something neat about how just from a number and a shape you can figure that
yes,
out.
that
You
that
can.
is that is a neat puzzle. I'm just saying that's not how I. That's just not the type of puzzle I envisioned for this game. Like
I mean,
figuring out
it's not
how
the
to.
only puzzle. It's just the puzzle that you get for figuring out how to draw the rune. And then because we know how many lines things are going to be, we can start messing around with stuff. We can now at that point. I know exactly how many lines I want something to be in. So if I want, for example, that bottom shape to be drawn in one, so if I said instead of five, I said four, you would know the bottom one's drawn in one, and then I could do corner detection on that bottom without any issue. That's awesome.
Oh, also they could still do it. They could think they got it so I could do it 5. I was just thinking like I could still do it like um actually there's a ton of different ways I could do it. 1, 2, 3, and then I could do
But you
4,
but it
5.
filters you
I could
know
do
the right way to do it. That's what I was saying last night. There's a like there are the people that will still be able to game the system, and they'll be still be able to do that even in this existing version. But we will still funnel you in to the proper way the first time. And then if you're trying to game the system, game the system. I don't really
I'm not
care.
saying
But
people
you
game
know
the
you're
system.
gaming
I'm
the
saying that
system.
there's a chance that they won't like they'll if they get like actually I guess it won't matter as long as the this something this complex isn't the first rune they come across when it's tutorialized. But um like there are there could be runes, and I think this is one. What was I thinking though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there's also. So wait, okay. So if they get it in, so they do. It tells them 5, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, they do it like this: 1, or 2, 3. Um, yeah, this is more like what I think you were just talking about, but this was not what I was first thinking. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, they could do it like that,
5,
but
and then
a
does that
rational
ruin
person
your
wouldn't.
your corner detection for if you're trying to detect these corners? It could detect
That would still
this.
ruin corner detection, but a rational person won't do it like that way. That's the point I was making, is that a reasonable person will not do it in 5 lines like that. They would do it the way you would expect. And if someone does want to mess with the 5 line thing, then let them do that. They'll see the rune gets weird, and at that point, maybe a speedrunner will figure out a way to use that to their
I think
advantage. But your first instinct will always be the proper one.
I think
Or
more
what I would do to get
people.
rid of that, what I would do to stop this, is I wouldn't make this be drawn in 5. I'd make this be drawn in 4. Like I gave you 5 just because I thought it was
Yeah,
a
yeah,
more
but
difficult
sure,
example, but
but like
making that draw in 4, then like there's no reasonable person that wouldn't draw it in 4 the way we expect.
the point being though, like I could come up with one where that scenario would happen, right? Where
Yeah, but and then at that point, like screw it. If that person wants to mess with it, that's fine. I'm just trying to take the average player's experience, the player's first experience, and make that work well versus and help them lead them to the way that we
let me
want
get
them to
that.
draw the
Let me
rune.
get that. Hold on.
You know, another thing we could do to test this out too, which is nice, is we could literally just draw a bunch of these symbols and shapes, and then ask Jeff and Dave to try. Say, draw this in 3D
I
line.
think you should try Lauren because like
Well,
I want
they
someone with Lauren's level of familiarity with games to be able to play this game and get it, and B, um, they still know not exactly what we're doing, but enough.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's fine. Also, we can. I'm thinking of when we go for the second, doing a survey with people. So like first it'll just be we'll put them down and say like do a Google form and say and the first form page will just be like go ahead try to guess a rune and then they'll go through, they'll play as much as they want, and then the next, for after 5 minutes, they move to the next page, and it's like, did you guess any of these runes? And then they select it so that we can figure out if they guessed any. That way we have data that we don't have to manually track. And then have them go through and say, okay, try to draw these runes. What's your favorite to draw? What's your least favorite to draw, if any? Or which ones do
Yeah,
you, let's maybe a phrasing. Which ones do you like to draw? Which ones do you dislike to draw, if any? And then have them also go through and say, okay, were you able to break any of these? And then select all that apply, essentially.
they might not
Um,
know if we're unless we're standing behind them if they broke it. You know.
but yeah, well, or we could say, were there any times where you drew this that you thought that it should have classified and it didn't? Pick any that apply or something along those lines, right? And then with the feedback, we can also get feedback on the feedback, right? Of like, did you understand what the flashing rune colors meant? Or
So
ask them to write a single sentence describing what the flashing rune things meant.
I think Oh wait, so you mean the rings? Or are you doing
Well, I'm thinking now that I'll put it as we've been talking about it. I think instead of selecting individual lines at random, I will have all lines flash up into the correct stroke count, and then go red if over.
Yes, that
You know
is
what
the
I
whole
mean?
point of what I was just saying. Like you should definitely do this on the runes because then that
Well, I would
sort of
do it
thing
on
can be
the arm
communicated.
too. I was gonna do it on the arm too. Well, I was gonna originally do it on the rune, and then I was like, I don't like that I have to like my original plan was to have a random line turn red, but I don't. I just did something about it I didn't like because someone might they're naturally gonna look at that line as the thing that's wrong, the specific one that flashes red. But
Yeah.
if we have all lines flashing in tandem, then that doesn't matter. Then that problem
Yes,
is
I
averted.
think I think the rune flashes red the number of times that it needs to be stroked if you're gonna do it that way. It needs to be stroked. Gross.
Yeah,
The
yeah, I probably should have just used the word line count.
the
But
the
well, I was thinking, so right now I was thinking you go blue up until you go over and then you go red. But maybe because then well, maybe you're right. Maybe it should just be one solid
simpler, and
color.
no
Yeah,
redundancies, no arm
one solid
and
color.
runes. It's arm or runes, is in my opinion. Arm or runes, and as simple as possible. No and no redundancy. That
Yeah,
that that would be my preference. And what I think people will understand the best.
I think you might be right. Just red, like I'm thinking, even on the arm or the rune, yeah, it will work. Red or just flashing red the number of times that you're supposed to do it. Yeah, because red will just mean error. Red will just be that yes, you're like so if you don't have anything at all, it won't flash at all. It'll just stay there in the world blank.
Another
Maybe
option is
even
you
we
could
have it
literally
just disappear.
trace their path as they drew it, retrace their path, and turn all those red in their path. And then the second they go over the stroke count, have it like break, spark shoot out of it, and it deactivates. So something like that. Although I do think the blinking red might just be simpler, and if they see the path, they might be like, oh, is this trying to say I was too wide here, or something like that. I
Yeah, I think blinking is the simplest. So let's just start with doing blinking red the exact. You're right. The exact number of times that you need to draw the rune. Blink red the exact number of times. And then that's simple, easy. Once you get it and understand it, it'll always track. And you can test it, which is another good, neat thing. You can easily test this, right? You draw one thing with 3 lines that's supposed to be 4, and it blinks 4 times. You draw the same thing with 5 lines, and it blinks 4 times again, right? And then you're like, oh, I know what's happening. You can easily deduce that.
I'll
Um,
be very interested to see if I think some players might get it their first time, but I think some might not. I'm interested to see what that ratio
who
is,
picks it up?
but I think
Yeah.
like what would be an acceptable ratio of people that just don't get it without literal tutorialization where we just tell them how it works.
Well, I'd be more interested to see if we could come up with a tutorialization, a set of drawing tasks to do to make them learn it right away. Like we could probably come up with tutorialization without actually just telling them to do it, right?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, it is totally.
yeah. So at that point, like first, I think we go here and we just see who can figure out on their own. Um, and I think we just have a question on the thing. On like I really do want a Google form. So if you have another laptop, it might be nice to have you bring that just so that we can have a Google form up on one laptop and the game up on the other, and they just follow the form. That way, we're also not encouraged to give any advice.
Yes, I was
Uh,
gonna say we should like. I think there's definitely something to be said where like we should figure out what we should sit there and record people doing, and then we should. I also think people will give better feedback and more honest feedback if they can give it through a form anonymously. Um,
Yeah, we'll do. I think we don't sit over their shoulder. We give them the two laptops. We say, here's the Google form. Follow the form, and we're gonna and just tell us when you're done, and we'll come back. And then they will and the form will basically walk them through the steps of first try to come up with a rune. Try to guess a rune. See if you can get any of these runes to trigger. Then second, try to or draw these runes, see how reliable were they, which one did you like drawing the most, or not which one do you like drawing the most. We have to phrase it as which of these did you like to draw, if any, and then which of these did you not like to draw, if any, and then that's a select all. You can select multiple. That way we can tell if someone really doesn't like some drawing something. um, then we
I might
had
even phrase it as which ones did you have difficulty drawing or something like that, or which ones were more challenging to draw. Because like if somebody could say I like this symbol, it's a cool symbol, but it's hard to draw, and they might say that they like it, they like to draw this symbol because it's a cool symbol, but that doesn't really impart on us like how like I guess
well, I am
what are we
trying,
actually
yeah.
asking there? How much fun they had, or
Yeah, if it's frustrating to draw, basically, because if it's hard to draw but they like drawing it, then I don't care as long as people are consistently
in
saying
that
they
case, I
liked
would
it.
just say,
Yeah.
did you find any frustrating to draw? Did you find any
If
of
you want to
the?
come up with the language, I'm just like basically I'm just saying, feel free to if you want to run with that.
Yeah, sure,
Um,
I can do that. I literally took a class on psychometrics and how to
yeah,
design that kind of
I
thing.
was just thinking it makes sense for you to do it because it's totally something that you went to school for.
But I don't remember any of it honestly. But I do. It's
Well,
pretty
you'll
straight.
remember
It's
more
pretty
than I
like
do.
the principle of it is like you just got to think about what would be
Don't lead
misleading.
people through, yeah,
Yeah.
and make sure that the lots for like loaded words and shit.
But
Uh,
the oh shit, what was I gonna say? I think our strategy should be because we have, depending on how long the presentations and stuff go, we might have a real limited time, and getting a decent amount of feedback might be hard. So I think what we should do is the when when we do show and tell, we don't even need to show anything. We can just like maybe print up a bunch of cards like that one guy did and hand them out and be like, here, please go out. Like, here's a link to our game. Or maybe we get a list of their emails or something like that we can send them so they can easily click on it and go to the form and go to a build of the game or something that they could play.
I
Uh,
agree that I totally agree that I don't think we actually even run the game for them in show and tell. Show and tell we just need to use that time to explain what we're trying to do,
yes.
and say hey, and basically say okay, uh, anyone else that wants to come do it, come to this area, and you'll be able to do it without us looking over your shoulder. And then also say, yeah, the cards is a good idea. Anyone that wants to try this out but doesn't have time right now, just send us your email and we'll send you a build.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you think we just get a list or maybe just get a list of even their Discord names, and then we can go into Discord and literally DM them, hey, here's the build of the game. Hey, here's a Google form.
yeah,
Get to it
we
when
can
you
make
do.
it easier, right? We can make it either just have a Google form set up for that too, a different form where they can just
Yeah.
put their name, their email, Discord, or whatever. Just have a field for each, and have none of them be
When
required.
is that next
And
meeting? When is
the
that?
second
Second. Oh
Thursday,
shit. Okay.
and it's
Hmm.
coming up. I mean, I can do it if you like. So this will be what I do. I have a interview on Monday, but this will be everything I do besides that interview. I'm just going to be focusing on getting the feedback system in, which really should only take a day, I think. Especially now that I don't have to worry about. Now I can have literally a single material and just change the color of that material over time. I don't need to worry about doing individual lines, which was why I was thinking it might be easier to do the rings. Another reason why I was thinking it might be easier to do the rings, because of the fact that it could be confusing, and also the fact that it's just easier to program the test that way. So that should only take a day, and then I'll probably will do some cleanup for the rune interaction stuff, like just simple stuff like when you walk into the rappel, I'll make it you have to walk into the rappel, like closer into the middle of it. Um, Stuff like that. Just stuff to
Yeah.
make it feel a little better.
Yeah. I do. I think we spend this one getting feedback on the runes and the stroke stuff, and then the yeah, after that, I think we can move on. All I need to start designing puzzles is really for just us to figure out, like fix the placement stuff on the duplicate, and then also um, figure out the repel, how the repel works with whether something gets stuck to it or it gets stuck to that thing. Once that
The
stuff's done,
track,
I
yeah.
can start making puzzles. I am going to pitch you something right now that you're going to disagree very strongly with. Um, but I want you to keep an open mind, and I want to hold on. I'm going to have to put something in Discord, but it is a rework of the way the door rune works.
Okay, I'm
Um,
ready.
let me add an image here so I can show you the puzzle I made with it. Alright, so they're in the Heartlamp channel now. I pasted an image of a puzzle.
Okay.
Okay,
What am I looking at?
so what if the way the door rune works, and I hate to say this because I know you put a lot of work into it, and most of the work is still there, but what if just the way the door rune works entirely is when there's the hub world, right? And next
Hmm.
to all the doors in the hub world, there's a unique rune, rune to that door. And then the way the door rune works is in the world, when you come across another door, you draw that symbol on that door, and it just links those two doors. And the reason I want to do this is there's a lot of good puzzles that can come out of this that couldn't be done if a player could put a door anywhere. The 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 idea here's the simplest example of one of them. You're trying to get to the cross in that room. The red doors represent locked doors that can be unlocked by the key at the bottom. The pink door is an unlocked door. The blue thing is one of those is the glass that you can see through and draw through but not pass through.
Okay.
So you're in this room, you want to get to that cross, and the first thing you'll do is you'll go down, open that door, find the key or the orb, and you'll use it to open the top right. Here, maybe I should actually, maybe you watch
I'm
on my
watching
stream
it.
so you
I'm
can see
watching.
where
I
my
am
mouse
watching
is.
on your
Okay,
stream.
okay,
Yeah.
so come down here and get this, and now you open this door, and you see here's the thing you want to obtain. It's over here. There's a pit though, and you can't draw across it. It's just too large, too long, right? But you see
Yeah.
that it's
Gotcha.
there, but you can't. You want to get to this door, but you can't, right? So what you do is you you draw the symbol of using two of the hub world door symbols. You need to draw one through the glass on this door and one on and another a separate one on this door, such that you can go in here, grab the key, uh, uh, exit this pink door into the hub world, through the hub world, then come out over here where this is still where even though you came linked it with a hub door, this is still a locked hub door. But since you came through it on the other side, you can come in, but you can't go back out without the key. But you have the key, so then you go in here and open this, and now you have your goal, right? That's the
Yeah, I
simplest
mean,
iteration of
yeah,
it. There's
that's
just
neat. But why
so
can't
many
we do
good
that?
puzzles that can come
Why
through.
can't we do that with the? So why doesn't that work if I can do
If you can
doors
draw a
anywhere?
door anywhere, you just draw two door. First of all, the key lock thing just wouldn't make sense. Like like the whole thing about this is now a
Well,
locked door
the
can
door
lead.
wouldn't the door wouldn't get me into like I still need the key, right? Because I need to get through that red part. Let's say you can't repel
Well, no. So
moving across.
if you go through this red part, I picture this as an orb key, so it's not consumable when you use it. So you go through here, this you place the key here, and now this door is open. So you can go over here, but like
No, but the top left, like I still can't get through the top left door without the key. So that if even if I could draw a door anywhere, because I can't draw in the top left room, the up above top left room, I can't draw in there. I will never be able to door my way
Well,
in there.
it's a much less interesting puzzle if you can just go through, if you could just draw doors anywhere, right? Because you just draw a door, say on this wall, grab the key, draw a door on this wall, go through. That's a less interesting puzzle. And also,
Well, how is that different than just drawing a door on the red door to the right than just drawing a door on the
the
red door
idea
to the
that you
left?
could the thing that you can't do in the current paradigm is you will never draw a there will never be a door that goes to the hub world that is that is locked. It will never like how would we what would make them locked? Like this wall is a locked wall, so
Well,
you can
they're
draw.
still not locked in this case. It's just that you
They
are
are
like,
locked. This one is locked. So you
yeah,
draw
but it's not. But the hub world door isn't locked. You come out of that
right
door.
on the inside. It's not locked, but once you're on this side, it is locked.
Yeah, and that still would be the case for the other one. For if I could draw the door anywhere, that door is still locked.
Right, this door is still locked, but you're not using that. You're not. Then you're just picking up a key and using the door to get on the other side of something.
But
You're not.
that's what I'm doing anyway. The only difference is where I have to place my door rune.
But
So like
either way, this was just the simplest example. I could come up with a better example, but the point being, like, you couldn't have a situation where in a puzzle you exit out of you exit out of like the hub world, and then when you turn around, that same door that you just exited out of is now locked.
I mean, you could still do that, right? So I mean, well, so in your case, you would even in your case, you would need to dispel the door, right? Because otherwise, you'd just be able to come back out through the key door.
Right, you would have to
Um,
dispel it and use the key when you walk through here.
okay,
Yes,
but
correct.
yeah, but there's still the case where I could draw a door on that door. Like I could just draw a door on that door, and it would work the same way, right? I mean, if you want to see me do it,
I even wrote in my notepad that I predicted you would say this. Well, you could just draw doors on top of doors, but that's not. But to make the lock thing work the same way as in mine, right? But not why not just make it that way then? Like
yeah, well, at that point, that's the thing. I don't see why we're limiting their access. Actually, it's more like this, right? So this is our situation. We have this here. Here's our pit. This is our objective. Make it a crown. Sure, that's a crown. We have our red doors, which are locked. And here's our pink door, which is the key. And here is our field that you can't walk through but can draw through. So I don't see any fundamental low level difference in this puzzle um, between.
you could always do everything you could do under this new paradigm. You could do in the old paradigm, but there are things that you can't do. There are ways in which this limits you that the old paradigm would not.
it does limit you, but in this example, it doesn't show how the limiting you makes for a fundamentally different puzzle to me at least. I'm not seeing that because the only
Well,
difference
here's
here
it. Well,
is
think of this one then. There's definitely a type of puzzle where you're shuffling around the symbols on these doors, and some are locked and some are not. That just isn't possible. That just wouldn't be done under the other one because you could just draw your own door wherever you want.
mhm. There is something cool. I will give you that there's something cool about a door in the world that you draw a symbol on and that changes like all of a sudden you open it and it now goes somewhere else. That is neat. That's just a neat thing. I agree with that. Um
But you did a lot of work on the door and you don't want to let it go, and I totally get that.
no,
But
that's
like,
not really it, honestly. I could be convinced on that. The question is it more fun to have portals like portal-based system, or is it more fun to have like, or is this aspect of the doors cooler? I don't know that. I just am trying to. I'm genuinely trying to think that through. I'm actually not as tied to the door hub world thing because you're right. All the work I did for the doors is still relevant. It
well,
still
I would
works.
still want the hub world. I still would want it to function as a fast travel thing too, like so that you could just
Mhm.
say like, oh, this is my door to the thing, and then I take it away, and now it goes into my house, right? Like
Yeah.
that shuffling around of like where a thing leads is neat to me, and I would.
So that yeah, the I mean yeah, that's the balance. It's the balance of like okay, there probably are unique interesting puzzles you can make by like okay, here's the 5 door or something and some super interesting puzzles you can make by messing with this idea that doors can or portals can only be made in specific places that we define. There is probably some interesting puzzles you can make. Is it worth the trade-off of I can throw fast travel points up anywhere in the world and have global puzzles anywhere in the world because I can draw these
That is
things
the big
anywhere.
downside. Is like, yes,
Yeah.
you couldn't make a fast travel point to somewhere in the middle of nature unless we just put a door in the middle of nature. But we could just put a door in the middle of nature, I guess.
We
But
could, but then that person's gonna say like immediately as soon as you see that door, you're gonna say, "Oh, I wonder if I'm supposed to use that door here." It's gonna depend. I don't know. I'm not convinced either way, but I am totally down to develop puzzles. I think we need to be willing to put work in that we'll never see the end of
yes,
end.
100%. We need to be able to kill our
Yeah.
darlings.
So
The
I think it makes sense. It's a good enough idea to prototype for sure. I don't have like I'm actually not as attached as you might think to the hub world thing or even to the draw. The way things work right now. It's really it just becomes like I do like the idea that the player can define fast travel points that they deem to be relevant. There's something cool, really cool about that, right? Like I want to come back here. I'll just draw a door here,
Yeah, that's true.
and
Well,
now like
what
that's
if it worked
cool.
like you have a save points and you have doors, right? And what if you could draw the save point rune anywhere in the world, and just like when you hopped back to, actually, I guess this is more like just flopping the door in the save point. Never mind.
Yeah, I think we should prototype it. And it's definitely worth coming like because if there are some really really cool puzzles we come up with for this new way, then I think that answers it,
And
right?
then also we don't need to worry about 3D mesh generation at all with the doors. Like it's just like there's there because the doors are
Well,
the doors we made.
I consider the 3D mesh generation problem solved for the door now
That's what
because
I mean. It is
yeah.
done, but like we don't have to worry about the. It doesn't have to be as much of a consideration in all the other stuff. We have an option to. Well, I guess it, it yes, sweetie. Can what? They're over there on the black thing. Um, it just if we did want to go to uh, when considering stroke and like what and doing the runes in one or doing the runes in making all the runes a single stroke, a single non-lift of a pen, and strokes and all this and that, like the door at least is not would not be a factor in that.
Yeah, I mean I'm pretty confident, or I know that you aren't sold yet, but I'm pretty confident that the stroke count is how we're gonna
I don't.
wind up
I mean,
going.
I think it. You could do a version of it that works. It's just not my favorite. It's not my favorite thing. I do think, you know, people might have a harder time than you think they will, like learning it the first time without us explicitly telling them. And that doesn't mean
Yeah,
that
listen,
I'm not like trying to like say people are stupid or anything like that. I'm just saying like it's easy to misinterpret uh, things. I misinterpreted a ton of stuff in The Witness and invented rules in my head, and that's
yeah, but that's the thing. I really think it's gonna be different because we're only teaching one rule. That's it. There's a one rule, and that rule, and it's really, and as soon as you understand what it means, the rest of it becomes very simple. And having those rings on your arm will kind of, I think, or some representation of the line count on your arm, whether it winds up being rings or something else, it will wind up, I think,
honestly, I think
reinforcing
having
that
it in two
idea.
places. This is what I was saying. I don't think we should have any redundancies, but like I think having it in both in the rune and on your arms will be more likely to confuse people than if you just put it
Maybe, yeah.
on the rune. But like I just like yeah, I do think if we go that way, my as long as we if we go that way and like I don't know, we test it on. I did want to set like a limit where I would be okay with it. Like if we test it and without and we could do it in a way where we tutorialize it naturally with a drawing or something like that and don't explicitly tell them, as long as we don't explicitly say stroke count matters and you should always be thinking about that and yada 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 in the beginning or something, then I'm fundamentally okay with it. But like I do like if it makes everything easier and everything, but like if even I will say like maybe 3%, if 3% of players or more um, can't learn that without being told explicitly, then I would be
Three
against it.
percent, I would be completely fine with.
I think
Honestly,
under
I
three
think
3% would
the
be fine. Anything over three, I think would
I
be
think
too
over.
much.
I think like if we're going over, I think at that point it would be like, okay, if like if 10% of players, if we reach 10% of players for some reason can't figure this out, that's when I'd start questioning how it works, because anything under 10% I would honestly be okay with, because they're gonna look it up, or like we could have a hint system or something in the game where it's just easier for
I
them
did think
to
of
figure it out.
I my idea for a hint system was you can hit a meditate button anywhere. This is more of like a where should I go next type of hint, but you
Mhm.
and like your camera just slowly
Yeah, you mentioned
it
it,
just like slowly moves
the
just to where
the
you should
found
be
kind of
looking.
thing where where it slowly moves towards that. Yeah, that's neat. I don't mind that at all. But
um
either way, we can narrow that stuff doesn't matter right now. Right now we need to get the feedback and see what people say. But I really think the benefits of it are far outweigh. I honestly don't see the downside. The downsides that you see, I don't see. They are not downsides to me. But the benefits being, one, we have improved. We have sort of this better. I'm not gonna write this. We have better classification because of the fact that we don't need to worry
I
about.
agree that's an upside. That is the upside to me. Like
No, well, no, and there are other upsides too. Form factor is easier to do. So now the door thing, right? Now that's number two, real big one. Now
I
the
consider
door,
that
or
it's
the
form factor
this.
is easier to do. I consider that all one big benefit, right? Like it's easier for us to make sure they're drawing it the right way. Sort of all falls under that.
Not necessarily. Like, one is, does it classify properly at all? And we don't have to worry so much about does it classify properly at all if we have, if they are doing an extra line or whatever, they'll know that they're doing an extra line here. So they'll know that there's something wrong or something off. So it's a better feedback mechanism and easier for classification in general. Um, so I think personally that
I'm
those are
not
two
I'm not
distinct
fundamentally
things.
against it. I do think my ultimate vision of this game was like a game that's so simple to play yet complex in its puzzles that something like that wouldn't come into the picture. And to me, like, well, let me put it this way, like when you say like turning off runes on a moving platform, really it feels like a workaround to me. Like this feels like a workaround to me. Like that's how I would see it as a player. Like, oh, this is I would immediately, but maybe that's just me as like a designer type player. Like as a player who's also a game designer, is like the first thing I would think is like, oh, they have to do it this way because otherwise it just wouldn't. The technology behind it wouldn't work. It would be a
I
little
mean,
immersion
there.
breaking and a little like that. That's the big downside to me. That and just like I do, and like I think it is. I do have this vision of the game in my head as like something that's so simple that the player is just gonna hit a button and draw it. And I wanted to get everything else out of the way, whether it be having to do one stroke or like design the runes in one stroke or not. This and that, but like weighing that against the form factor stuff. If we can't do the form factor stuff without it, then there is no point in them
I
even
mean, the
being
only other
runes.
way to do the form factor stuff is to do single line. That's the only other way to do it.
I mean, no.
Um,
There is well, yeah. I guess all the ones that worked like that. There is but I do think there is a version of it where like you know we use math or um we write a much more complex thing to find the corners, no matter how many strokes they did, and
Corner
not.
detection is so the only other way that corner detection might work is if I can do this hue lines thing. I was looking into it as another possibility, but it's gonna be hard to do. It will not be
That's
straightforward.
like I'm not. We don't have to do that.
Um,
If it really does make it so much easier, then I'm willing to bend on that. But like, here's a question though. Why can't we just like I feel like I've asked this before, maybe, but I can't remember what your answer was. But like, why can't we just? Did I stop streaming? No.
yeah, I see. I'm watching.
Why can't we just do something like or so sorry, what is it getting tripped up on? We need to find here, we need to find here, and we need to find here, right?
Well,
And
for in this case,
and an extra line would be messing up this one, right? And
yeah,
so why can't we just do a thing where it's like um from the like here's the draw camera and just find like like
it's
cast
not
a
going to
net.
always be in this orientation. You could remember it's going to rotate any orientation. We have no idea what direction the player drew it from and what direction the camera is actually in. So it could be in any random orientation rotation.
So all right, so okay, why don't we just make the symbol this? No intersection into the middle, right? That's what I think it was supposed to be anyway. And what is the problem with just like look at like finding the ones with the fewest neighbors, like the fewest neighboring points, right? Like the where I did
I'd
so
have to go through and check every point against every other
but
point.
I did
That's
that for originally. Didn't we do that for the just triangle? And
no.
I did. I think maybe you weren't.
No, I mean, I defined the triangle logic with and it was always we do a vector between
you did
every point, but we only go.
after you told me I could use dot products. But I definitely did do a thing in the beginning where I asked you how to get the points. And I got them, and then I compared every point to every other point and saw which had the
No,
which.
yeah, I mean, maybe you did something, but the first time we got to work, because I remember being really proud of it, was when we did the dot product thing,
So
and then and that time and when you do the dot product thing, you only go through the list once.
So it was I had a version of it that was pretty close to working. It just would sometimes cluster if you did like a really long. The problem with it was like if you did something like this, or well,
I
pretend
mean,
that's not.
I don't know. I didn't see what you had working. No,
But like
you were trying to do distance.
yes, exactly.
That's what
I
you
took
were.
the I took
Yeah, but
each
that
point.
we mathematically proved that doesn't work.
Well, like it seemed to mostly be working, except for in these instances when like.
We proved it, Matt. Like we saw it. You literally there are always going to be cases that break it if you try to do just distance. You cannot find the corners of a triangle using just distance.
Well, the
Because
point is
like
now
for
we're not looking
example,
for
if you have
corners though. We're looking for these prongs, and will it work in that case?
in this case it's still I mean you could still have a really long corner there in the bottom right. Like or the bottom left. Why wouldn't those be longer? And it's better and also those could be all be separate lines. Every line there could be a separate line. So
Yeah, but like
you
it's
could
even more
have
exaggerated version of it. Like maybe just it's not that hard to do. Maybe just try it, just see how it looks. Cause like I do think you could do it.
we did try it. Or well, you tried it, and then I looked at it, and I tried to come up with a way, and then we both, after like having time, came back and said, "Wait, no, this is
Right,
impossible."
it didn't work for corners, but we're not really looking for corners anymore. We're looking for the end of a prong, right?
But you're going
And maybe it's
to
different in this case, in that case from
well,
a
like
triangle is what
how
I'm
is that
saying.
different than like doesn't this break it, right? So here's my here. Let's do this. Far there, prong prong. Here's here's the one that's furthest from the others.
Would this yeah, I would this classify?
Totally. I would expect this to classify because think about it if you're drawing this on like a rocky
Cuz like
surface.
it
Like the remember like when players draw with perspective view, the like, because their camera is a perspective camera, they frequently have stuff like this.
but like what I'm saying is the we're not really looking for corners anymore, and so like the fact like now this is like a right triangle, right? Where if we want to have the whatever the equal
Even
uh
then, I mean, I could move this part out a little further, right? And that's still this is
I'm
still the
saying
wrong one.
if we train the classifier such that this triangle has to be pretty, is isosceles the one?
That now you're getting to like if you're doing it on a flat surface always that makes sense. But when you're doing it on a world that can bend and mold, and you're drawing on random surfaces and stuff, like let's just go look at the source data. I'll show you for the training data for the duplicate rune. Oh no, Python. Let's make those big. Look at some of these. Look at that.
What sorry, what about them?
Like look at this. I mean, you ignore that. That is really morphed. Like that is way morphed.
So
Like
you're saying you don't think
you
that one would that one would not return the
look at this one, right? This is the longest edge right here. Furthest edge. It's further than this one.
furthest from all neighbors though?
But then if we're
Because like
checking
the
all
prong and
neighbors, then we're gonna have to check. We're gonna like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines, 8 endpoints. We would have to check against every other point.
I mean with the
That
triangle I
is
was
a lot
checking
of
literally every point against every point. So and that didn't I mean maybe my computer can just handle it, but it seemed fine to me.
that is extremely slow.
Well, I mean
Super super slow.
uh, if it doesn't cause a frame rate drop, right, then it should be fine. But just maybe just try it, just see if it works.
I I mean, if you can prototype it if you want, but I really don't think it's worth the time because if you're trying to find uh like you're going to find things that break it. It's just not going to work.
I'm just saying we can something like that, something that skinny, we could just classify out. We could classify out until it's
No, well, I wouldn't want to classify this out. Like this should work. These are the ones that I deemed should work.
yeah. I'm saying a lot of these I would deem should work, but like the ones you're showing me are ones that I would consider just barely outside of the edge of maybe should.
Okay, what about that? This should work.
Yeah, I think that still might give you one, two.
And remember, so the you need to test, like, if we're not doing the stroke count thing, if the idea is you do this and not, because like the whole point of what you're doing right now would be to not do the stroke count thing. Like that's what the end goal seems to be.
Yes.
So if we're not doing the stroke count thing, I could draw this in a million pieces. I could draw a V here. I could draw a line here. I could draw a line here. So really, you actually do have to check every point of every start and end of every line. So that becomes at very least every start and end of every line, because I could also draw this in the middle. I could draw this as a
Yeah,
corner
I'm saying I
right
did
here.
that for the triangle, and it didn't cause a noticeable issue for me, even though I was drawing it dozens of times.
If you have to check every point against every other point, that is an n to the n operation, n raised to the n, which is the worst running time you can have.
I'm just saying it didn't seem to cause issues on when I did it for the triangle, and this
When you were
is
doing
not
it for
that
the
much different
triangle,
from the triangle.
what I believe you were doing was you were doing a distance from the center, checking every.
I did try that. That was my first thing. That was the first thing I did. But I did then also do a thing where I checked the uh every point against I got the distance of every point to every other point, and then granted I was drawing them pretty small, maybe they didn't have that many points. I didn't try drawing a huge one.
It's yeah, it's I mean it's a long runtime operation. So I mean, if you want to try it, feel free. And I don't even necessarily think that that will work, right? Because what is your end goal there? You're gonna so let's see, you have this, right? And then you're going to check every single point against every other point and get their distance. And then you're just going to take the points, the 3 points to the furthest
Yes,
total
yes, that would be
distance.
the.
I'm not sure that
I'm not sure it'll work either. I'm just saying
works.
it's probably
Like,
not that hard to try. If I could probably
well,
just
here,
dig back
I
into
know it
the.
doesn't work. This is why. And it's for the same reason that we said the other one didn't work. Uh, if I have this, sorry, this, right? And
Well, this should
let's say
classify
this is the
out.
furthest. Okay, fine. I have this. All right, that probably would classify fine.
I would
But
still say
all right,
classify.
fine.
Like
It
the
doesn't
prong
really,
should
it
be the
really doesn't
same
matter.
distance.
But I'm telling you, this will classify, and this should classify. And if it didn't classify, I would be annoyed. Um, but I'm exaggerating it for the sake of it. But fine, I'll draw a real. This is pretty damn close. This should
I
classify
do
for
agree,
sure.
like that there is a version of it where the
But look,
triangle is like real. Okay, okay.
But look, this is it, right? This one should classify, right?
Yeah, I'd say this. Just yeah, this one should.
Okay.
But
Let's
also
say
the
this one has the largest sum. This next point would have the next largest sum. This next point would have the next largest sum. This next point would have the next largest sum. You would get the points all stacked over here.
oh yeah, that is
Those
true.
ones.
Yeah,
You
I
could
guess
try
it
to do
would.
something. You could try to do something where you're like, oh, it has to be a minimum distance, but then it gets too weird. Okay, well, the minimum distance here, like they have to be a minimum, so then maybe this one picks up. But then what if these prongs are actually closer together, and it's like something like this, a little closer, and then so like this and this. Now this minimum distance might actually stop this from getting picked up. So like that's the problem with it, and we had tested, and we had, like that's what we came back with when we did the last one. So that's why the dot product thing is the answer. That works basically. The only other way to do it is the way they do it in computer vision, where I use something called Harris edge detection to find edges, and it's not super efficient either, but it is like it is kind of efficient. But it like finds things that it thinks to be our edges, and then you use, or sorry, hue line detection, and then and that finds things that it thinks to be edges, and then you use the lines from hue line detection to run something called Harris corner detection, which basically takes every point on the line detected from hue line detection and looks like around the pixels around it and says if if there are enough pixels that are also lines, then this is a corner. That's basically how it works. It's not that also is not super efficient, but it's not as inefficient as the other one. But I would need to get some OpenCV libraries
And so
working.
there's no way to get to always have the drawing in the same like orientation. There's no way to do that.
We could, but like, what if I wanted to? I mean, well, so no way if we want to give the player the freedom to draw any way they want. Like, at that point, I'd have to already be detecting which way the shape should be, right? For every possible
I'm
shape.
saying just on the camera, they could draw it however, but we
Yeah, that's
orient.
what I mean, right? So here's the camera. Um, right, here's our camera, and let's say the player's over here, right? Well, I could draw the rune like this, which is how the player would traditionally draw it, but I could also draw it like this as a player.
I draw it
As a,
sideways. I draw it like
uh,
sideways.
or you could draw, yeah, that's true. You could draw it sideways, but the camera, without any knowledge of what rune it is, right? I don't know what rune this is yet. It hasn't been classified. So how do I know which way I need this to? How do I know which way I need to rotate the camera to get this to face the right way? Because I don't know if this is a duplicate rune or a repel rune or a grow shrink. I can't possibly know which way. The
Could
only thing
you?
I could do is I could try to say, okay, if the player's over here, always orient the camera so that the top of the camera is in the player's forward direction. And that way. But the player can still draw it any way they want.
Could you do a thing where like this could be in any orientation, but and what you essentially do is you send out like sonar going until I hit anything, and you just do that from a bunch of different angles, right? And then the most outside, like you might hit these, I guess.
How would I know? How would you know though which one is like what is supposed to be the top of the rune if you don't know what rune you're dealing with? Like is
There's no so
for the
it's just like you would randomly rotate it, or you don't randomly rotate it. You randomly send out like feelers from a certain angle going in towards the center, right? And the first thing I hit, I make a note of that.
well,
And
first of all, remember that this is in 3D space.
the
That
camera
these are
is in
being
3D
drawn.
space too.
Well, you're looking at an image, so like the image that you get isn't in 3D space, but the camera itself is taking images in 3D space. So if you're talking about sonar,
No,
I
I'm
guess
talking
you're
about in 2D space doing this essentially
okay.
in
So
the in
then,
the,
so we're going over the render texture and finding the first black pixel. All right. So we found the first black pixel. So you find the first black pixel. How do you know which part of the image you've hit?
Well, you're only gonna hit one of 5 points, right? You're gonna hit one, two, three, four, or five, right?
Okay, so let's say theoretically, best case scenario, you have a perfectly drawn rune like that, and how do you know which
Like
one,
even in the bad
which
ones,
corner
right?
you hit?
Even in the really bad ones, like that would still
No, because like
classify
you're
like.
drawing straight lines, but in reality, straight lines aren't always. You got something like this. This arguably shouldn't classify, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, if the lines are too wiggly, I would say that it shouldn't classify at that point. But like whatever, like
You could have a hook like this. That would then you could The
here,
point being, who cares? Who cares? Go on with what you're saying, because I still don't think
but like
like
if you
you still
sent
need
out
to get to the part of how do I know which point I hit.
you I don't know. I'm just trying to get
Yeah.
to that point. Like is there a way to then classify out these ones once we're only gonna hit one of these 5 points, right? Like, and is there a way to then figure out which ones are these ones?
No, that's the thing. I
Or
I
maybe it's
don't.
even fine to
There's
just
not.
find these five and always have the ones that are on the most outside be the place in which you put it, and that's just a property of the room. That's even like even more form
That's
function
how it
thing.
works right now. Basically, it does the corner
It
detection,
does
and
kind of work okay now, like
I
but
don't
like
think I think we're like that's a worse caveat than the stroke count for sure thing. Like that is just kind of weird. Like the thing is inconsistently. Then the form factor thing is just random, which is
well, maybe not for this rune, but I do like that for another rune. Just like it is, you know, you draw a shape, and the most exaggerated parts of the shape are the form function thing of it.
I think we need some outside input because we just disagree so fundamentally on like the stroke count thing. I really don't think I like it.
This
Like
actually has
not only
this.
do I not see it as a do I not see it as a workaround, but I like it. I like the way it works. I like it as a puzzle solving mechanic, as a puzzle to solve. Um, so really, at the end, we just have to see if people like it too. Um, you know, we could have Jeff and Dave try, but that obviously only tell us so much.
Well,
We
this
just
thing
have
I'm
to
talking about now is like independent of of that. Like I did start out trying to figure out a different way to do the duplicate, because if you were okay with moving the door to that other model, actually, if you'll give up the door thing, I'll give up whatever the fuck you want. I think that's a great idea. But like
I don't
the
think it's about. I think it's just about
but like the
what is most fun. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to do negotiations here. It's really just about getting to the thing that is the makes the best game.
yeah, me too. But I'm just saying we have different opinions on what makes the best game.
Yeah.
So like we gotta.
Well, that's why I think playtesting is the most important
But
thing.
like the uh
I
this
gotta
this
start getting ready because I gotta leave to pick up Dad soon.
I'm
So
just saying
last
this whole thing of like having a rune where where maybe the outermost points are the you could draw it in a whole bunch of different ways where the outermost points might be different. I think that's a neat idea regardless of whether we do the stroke count thing or not.
Well, I mean, what you just will place something at the outermost points. We could do that easily. That's just gonna be for each line that we draw. Uh,
You
you
know, like
know,
a simple example is like, you know, you draw a Star of David, and you draw the most exaggerated point where you want something to appear in that star, where you want the rune effect to be. Or like actually it's basically just exactly, I don't know if you saw my text this morning about the rotation thing, but like
yeah, I saw it a little bit. Yeah, there's I see what you're trying to get at. I mean, I do think we need to think that way more about the runes in general. Of like we might need to we might need to ditch all of our shapes entirely and come up with like we go back to form function and think, okay, what is the function that we want the player to have control over for this rune, and then translate that into form. Um, but
yeah, I
for
mean,
now,
I think that was done, but then we changed them, right, from just circles and square. We didn't really have one for the square, but we had one for the triangle and the
Yeah,
circle.
well, we kind of came up with the function after the fact. We came up with the function from the form. Now I want to go the other way around. I want to come up with the function and or find the
Yeah, I
functions
see what
that
you're
we
saying.
want and define the form. But anyway, I do have to go, Dad. I have to pick up Dad. So,
Right on.
uh, but if you want to come up with that Google Forms thing, then cool. If you don't think you have time, let me know.
I
I think it is more
probably
important to come up with a playground. So if you're gonna work on the playground, just having objects to play around with and throw around and things to jump on
if
and
it's on this Thursday, I probably whatever I have today, which will just be a couple hours, which I was gonna use to start working on the Dino game again. Actually, I did. I made a new
I could probably do all of it honestly
if
because
if you can
I'll
do
have
it
4 days.
and you
So.
want me to just like look over it and see if I can add anything to the form or rephrase any of the questions or find issues that could be misleading or whatever, I can do
Mhm.
that.
All right, sounds good. He's not a dinosaur anymore.
Now the dinosaur is going to be the Metroid that you find at the end of the game. Now he's a mime.
Mm. This is a good game idea. It was Jeff's concept that
This was
came up
Jeff's
with it
idea,
originally?
yeah.
I don't remember. Do we have that stuff on tape? It would be nice to have like history of all of our ideas and the
Yeah, I
evidence
mean
of
that's
them at
that's what
some
the
point.
stream is for basically. I have it going bad as long as Twitch doesn't decide because I don't when we're talking
So do
about
we
game
have that
stuff.
for like how far do we have that back for? I'm curious.
Um
Like we wouldn't have it for this game. The
um
I don't think
at
we would
least
have
as
it.
far back as Stealth Kill City.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Um
think so. Yeah, I don't think we'd have it for this game, but maybe Stealth Kill City we would have it for. All right.
uh,
Anyway, I gotta go. It's not super
later.
relevant right now. Later.
I know. Thank you. It's way back, right? Not gonna go bad. Rem, pick those up.
soft baked cake.
Yes, sir.
Ghirardelli Intense Dark. Makes life a bite better.
Stay cool with the 4 flavors of Sour Patch Kids Lemonade Fest. Sour, sweet,